Well, good evening again, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to another Flight Sim live stream. Today it's the 7th of November 2025. It's 36 minutes past 10 in the evening here in the United Kingdom. We're in XP12 in the ToLiss Airbus A340-600 for our next overnight long haul, and it's worked very well with a sort of an F1 tour. About 2 weeks ago we flew from Austin to Mexico for the Mexico Grand Prix, which was 2 weeks ago, and now we're doing the next leg from Mexico to Sao Paulo. We're flying into Viracopos. It's a destination we've flown to on a previous members group flight. This is after doing a bit of research where all of the F1 logistics are flown into. It's to the sort of northwest of Sao Paulo, and it's trucked in, so it's actually not a flight into the main international city. So we're sort of doing a part and parcel flight with both cargo, F1 cargo and F1 fans. There is a Praetor add-on for the ToLiss A340, but it was outdated, didn't install correctly, so we're just going to take 440 passengers, a full load of Formula 1 fans, and about 10 tons of some F1 logistics and cargo in the hold to take us right up to our maximum zero fuel weight, which means at this elevation here in Mexico, 7-8 odd thousand feet, we're going to use every single metre of runway with full toga thrust with not much room to spare. Flight time, a region of 8 hours and 20 minutes, a little bit shorter than what I'd usually do for a long haul, so I'm actually going to start my crew rest probably quite soon after we get to top climb, so I can get some sleep, and then I'll be back at 6:30 in the morning UK time for a night approach and landing into Sao Paulo. Very early in the morning here as well. No Ortho 4XP for this sector because the sun will set about 30 minutes after departure, so there won't be too much to see outside. Who have we got here? Today we've got Tom Hates Cats, 2 tons of love, hope you're doing well. Going to need all the runway at Mexico, we will do, and I certainly did on my little mini test sector I did as well. Good evening to you, Ruben Schwartz, loads of members here today. Stephen Jenkinson, stream needs failures on to make up for the kindness you got earlier. Yes, I was very fortunate with that, apart from the little flame out we had, but nope, not going to be using any failures whilst I'm doing crew rest, because I wouldn't know what to deal with it. However, there are thunderstorms forecast en route, which could be quite interesting to see how the autopilot deals with whilst I'm dealing with my slumber. Toby Sned, hope you're doing well. Good timing for me, just woke up here in Japan, looking forward to this one. Hope you're doing well, thank you very much for popping in. Looking like we've got some proper aircraft here as well. We've got 2 Boeing 777s joining us here on Vatson, but here we are in the long yet slender A340-600 with the Alpaca Airways retro livery from Bounce, looking very nice indeed. Just stock scenery we're using here. In fact, everything you're seeing here is vanilla XP12, obviously apart from the ToLiss A340, but there we are. Dutch registered this one is, Papa Hotel Alpha India Hotel. Completely cold and dark, jet bridges attached. We're about to commence boarding shortly. RTC Mail says you're starting this rather late in your time zone. Yeah, as I said, 10:40 in the evening here, but like I said, this is an overnight stream. Don't expect me to be here for too long after we get to top of climb. The theme is that we do these overnight long hauls so we can run it live time, live weather, no time compression, and hopefully when I get back awake in the morning the aircraft is approaching top of descent. Anyway, let's zoom on into the cockpit. Had a few issues getting this stream set up yesterday because I've been having issues still with XP12 launching. I think one of the issues I was having was actually with the Manga Studio sound pack. I don't know whether it needs to be updated with the latest version of XP12, but uninstalling that seems to allow me to load the flight more often. It did work occasionally with the sound pack with me, but occasionally it didn't as soon as I removed it. I mean, the stock sounds are okay. I missed the sound pack a lot, but it should be fine here. What's going on here with the graphics? Yeah, sometimes it looks a bit dodgy. There we are, it's all fine here. We've got the high definition version of ToLiss A340 anyway. Aurora, 45 months as a member, thank you. Hopefully nothing pointy in anybody's trousers this sector. Yes, unbelievable. I can't believe what happened earlier. Thank you very much for your continued support, Aura. I hope you're doing well. Jess O'Donez, you need to update it. I did it last night. I didn't realise there was an update for the sound pack. Oh dear, that might have helped, but yeah, I think there might have been a compatibility issue when the sim upgraded to the latest non-beta version of X-Plane, which was yesterday as well. So look, the default sounds are okay. We'll have to see what's going on there, but do check out the Manga Studio sound pack. It is good. With my last stream we did that. Right, so don't forget, if you're new to the channel, I'm a Boeing 737 pilot. I've no clue how to fly an Airbus. The good news is I have an X checklist available to follow whilst we're setting it up here. It's been a long time since I've flown it, but I could sort of get it up and running in a reasonably short amount of time. But anyway, the preliminary cockpit preparation's done. Batteries below 25.5 volts. One or more batteries are below this. Press next to continue. If all three batteries are above 25.5, yes. Why won't it let me do that? Okay, external GPUs I need to connect. So battery 1 and 2 on. External power 1 and 2 will clonk on as well. Just turn the music down here. Bus tie auto checked. Yeah, external powers available. Batteries 1 and 2 and APU all off. I need to press that button as well. There we are. I can now continue this checklist. Okay, annunciator light test. Where are you? This is apparently based off a real flow. So we'll do the light test. That's all looking good. Nothing is out of the ordinary. I don't think. We'll put that emergency exit lights to arm and the annunciator to bright. There we are. Nav and logo lights on 1 or 2. Let's put it on 1. Remaining external lights off. Electrical panel no fault indicators except generator fault. Yep. Ventilation panel all white lights off. Well, I'm just going to do that now because that's what you do on every Airbus apart from extend the tray table, is press everything that's white and you'll have the aircraft set up in no time. There we are. Probe window heat auto, no smoking sign. That can come on, which is here. I will put the seatbelt sign on. I'm already pre-fueled. We'll talk about the sector and how much fuel I've taken in a second. Connect jetways, stairs, yes. Lock cockpit door set. Clear cabin crew to commence boarding passengers. Cabin crew start boarding passengers. And you have the ISCS here, which is sort of the inbuilt tablet. You can also bring it up as a shortcut here. And just to show you weight and balance, 440 passengers, full load, can't get any more passengers in, and the freight has been distributed to put the zero fuel weight at 249.3 tons, which is only a ton or 800 kilos below the maximum zero fuel weight. So it is completely fully chocked up, this aircraft here, and the takeoff weight is about 40 tons below max takeoff weight. And the fuel for this sector, if I bring up my operational flight plan here, you can see it's 91.1 or 91.2. I've got 91.4 now. I had a little look of the weather en route before the start of the stream. Destination, there's thunderstorms forecast about 3 hours after we land tomorrow morning. However, if I put up here on the weather overlay, which is selected there, layers, select air SIGMETs. Look how many SIGMETs we've got over Brazil, the Amazon rainforest. Thunderstorms active up to 46,000 feet. It is only until 23:30, so we should be sort of okay by the time we get there, but I'm not taking any risks, and there could be potential holding tomorrow. So if we again look at the flight plan, extra fuel 91.1. This burns 9 tons an hour. I'd say take the extra 30 minutes, so 4.5 tons. We'll cool the fuel down 95.7. Okay, so what I'm going to do is jump back in the sim here. 95.7. Let's call it 95.5. That's fine. Set to current. There we are. 95.7. It's updated, and you can see. Look, there we are. The fuel is on board, so I'm happy we've got that here. I found the Airbus upper panel so confusing, Edo. I know, everything, Edo. It's just turn it all on, get rid of the white lights. Sim and Climb said flight at Sim, your next leg be to Las Vegas in 2 weeks. We'll have to see. I don't know what my roster's like there. Straight ahead, we'll have to go from there. Edo, I prefer levers and knobs instead of buttons. Got to get back into your MD-80, sir. Right, anyway, flaps check position. I've checked there up. ECAM hydraulic quantity check, so I'll select hydraulics. There we are. Great. We've got yeah, I'm sure that's great. Everything is looking good. We'll ignore the low. ECAM engine oil quantity. Isn't this the high quality content you wish to see every day? ECAM engine. Oil quantity check. Yes, we've got 18.5 quarts and 18 quarts in the engines. That's fine. And now it's time to load up my flight management computer. So in it, and I can fetch the flight plan from SimBrief, which is great. Don't forget to align the IRS. I always leave one thing on the overhead panel to forget, and you've spotted the one thing I forgot. Perfect. Anyway, look, it's all in. Flight plan data link in progress. Perf data uplink. Yeah, it's all done. I think if I press the next page, look, it's put everything in here. Block fuel, we just need to increase to what we've got. Why's it gone back down? I thought we had the fuel on board that I took, 95.7. lies. Let me just use the 95.7. I said. There we are. Quick defuel. There we are. 95.7. And I just need to update that block fuel here. 95.7. There we are. Trip fuel is based off the flight plan. This is showing, there you go, the extra fuel we've got on 49 minutes now. That's looking good. So the init pages are filled in. Wind, we can request the information. Wind data uplink. There we are. So climb winds are in. And I think it's put them all in the cruise, and descent winds as well. Perfect. Is that in? Blue good, or do I need to execute it or make it amber? I don't know. ToLiss add-on is brilliant, but I just wish the textures were better for the money. Yes, you pay a lot of money, but don't forget all the ToLiss aircraft are endorsed by Airbus, and they're actually used by Airbus for whatever reason. But yeah, it's a quality add-on, but the textures aren't as good, let's say, as some of the aircraft in Microsoft Flight Sim. But it's some people don't care about that. Right. I've loaded my init page. I've loaded my flight plan. There's no ATC here. I had a oh no, there is 127650. That must have just come online now. Let's get the weather. Of course, I'll be off that sim by the time I get into the cruise. I was quicker to set it like this. So let's have a little listen to the ATIS here. Oh, can't I hear anything? Do I have to push that up? What am I missing? No, it helps if you turn up the volume of XPilot.
You have information. Alpha.
Let's have a listen to Alpha here in Mexico City.
Mexico City International Airport ADA's information Alpha 2150 UTC. Weather. Wind 040 at 3. Visibility 6. Sky condition.
6,000 meters.
24. Dew point -3. QNH 3017. Traffic expect. ILSY runways right approach. Departure runway 05 left.
Okay,
Notice
perfect.
flare missions read back all instructions. Squawk mode Charlie wind taxi. Advise on initial contact. You have information. Alpha.
So we can expect 05 left for departure, which is the shorter runway. Okay, we might have to just double check the performance, but let's get the clearance first and see what's what. So we have tower online on 118550, and see what tower has to say. What stand are we on here? 24. Perfect. Just make sure it's all turned up. Mexico City Tower, good day. It's Alpaca 1 Foxtrot, stand 24, information Alpha, altimeter 3017, departure clearance to Viracopos, please. I think that's what it's called. Don't tell me he's not with it.
Alpaca 1 Foxtrot, you are cleared to Sierra Bravo Kilo Papa via Ileto, Upper Tango 109er Ugata, then as filed, climb via the Ileto 3 Alpha departure to flight level 3, flight level 290. Runway 05 left, squawk 4203.
We are cleared to Sierra Bravo Kilo Papa, routing Ileto Upper Tango 109, and it will be the Ileto 3 Alpha departure, flight level 290, 05 left, squawk 4203, Alpaca 1 Foxtrot.
Alpaca 1 Foxtrot, your read back is correct. I'll be ready for pushing start.
Wilco. Right, 4203. Right, 05 left. Could be a bit tight for departure this, because 05 right is the longer runway. Let's have a little look here for you guys. Just make sure XPilot's turned down. So yeah, we've got 3,900. Oh no, 4,000. It's only 100 meters. It should be fine. Right. So Mexico departure, Airbusing 05 left. And he said it will be an Ileto 3 Alpha, which is what I'm expecting. Temporarily insert. No discontinuities. Go all the way to the end of the flight plan. Is there a quick way of doing this?
It's Alpaca 29 Tango on stand 23.
It's Will.
Boeing 777.
Select that. Arrival.
To Guarulhos, and we have information.
And I'm going to put ILS Zulu in for now. It'll be an Ileto 3 Alpha. No transition insert. Right, great. No discontinuities. As a quick gross error check, we'll check that the flight plan is showing ground distance of 4024, 4021. Very happy that this is the correct flight plan in the FMC. Okay, what else do I need to do in the FMS here? Performance I'll do next. So, takeoff performance, 05 left, winds in, dry, anti-ice off, takeoff weight is 345 tons, takeoff thrust set, flex standard, auto, air conditioning off, compute, uh-oh, runway too short, off, oh no, Toga, oh no, we've got a problem, we've got to go for 05 right, I think, oh no, we've got a problem guys, I can't take off. Oh no. My A340 is a little bit too heavy for our departure. What's the elevation here? That's what's killing it. 7,300 feet. I'm going to offload some fuel. Alright. Right, we took a little bit of extra fuel. This could be interesting. So let's just double check the flight plan. We took 30 minutes of extra fuel. Let's reduce that to 15 minutes of extra fuel. So that's going to be 91. What is this burning? 4.5 tons for 30 minutes. Let's put 2 tons extra, which is 15 minutes. 93.2. Let's try that. 93.2. Well, 93.1. Quick. Defuel. Right, let's see if that's done it. How do I close that? There we are. So takeoff weight now. Let's just double check here. Perf. In it. I just want to make sure we've got the correct weights here. So fuel, block fuel is now 93.1. So our new takeoff weight is 341.3. Do you reckon this will be enough, guys? I don't think so. Need more pat. So this is all I can do. Can I get 05 right? Oh no! Stupid underpowered aeroplane. Right, let's go standard block fuel. What's the worst that can happen? 91.2. We're defueling the plane. This is actually an issue that we have in real life sometimes. When the performance is tight, you sometimes actually, before you fuel up, 91.4, before you refuel the airplane, you need to sometimes check. 91.4. You need to sometimes check that you can actually take off, and if the airline would actually rather you take less fuel and stop on the way, and instead of kicking off passengers. So new takeoff weight. I'm going to have to start taking passengers off after this though. 339.6. And it's going to be the same, isn't it? Yeah. 05 left. I've got to offload passengers. Is there different flap configurations I could try? Is it like an optimum? Where's flap? Takeoff weight, CG, takeoff thrust. Oh, config. Yeah, surely if it's an auto, it will be working out the best one. I'm going to have to kick off passengers, guys, because I can't take any less fuel. Right. Right. Suggestions. Surely selecting auto, though, is going to be the best one. Right. Let's just put it down to 300 tons and see if we can take off with that. Okay, 300 tons is working. So how many passengers do I need to kick off for that? Because at the moment we're at 340.8. Right, we're kicking off passengers. Or cargo. Which one should we prioritise? Oh god, stupid aeroplane. Maximum takeoff weight for 05 right was 327 tons. Was it? How did you see that? Ah, here, 320.6. 327, well spotted. So I need to get rid of 13 tons. We'll do 05 left. just to keep 80. 320 points. We need to get rid of 20 tons, guys. So what I'm going to do is 20 tons. I think that's just the cargo. I got rid of all the cargo. What's my gross weight now? 320 point. Oh, 300 kilos. Yeah, but we could do 0.5, right? There we are. Okay, perfect. I want to be right on the limit though. Let's put in a bit more of the cargo because it's fun. Let's go right up to our RTOW. 327. So that's flap 2. This is not fun. Let's put six tons of cargo in. Great. 3 tons here. And 3 tons here. There we go. Apply these load settings. Okay, this is going to be fun. So if this is for 0.5 right, reset, compute. Oh, what have I done? Oh no, 0.5 right, isn't it? There we are. Guys. Right, look at this. This is a flap 3 takeoff. Our maximum weight we can lift is 327. We have 326.9. I'm 100 kilos below the maximum weight. My accelerate stop distance, I've got 130 meters margin. Certified. Perfect. And that's config 3, is it? Oh no, well auto's going to give you the most optimal one, isn't it? Right, well I'm just going to have to request 0.5 right for departure. All good, all legal, should be fine. This could be more adventurous than our engine failure stream. I'll just request that for departure. And Mexico City Town, Alpaca 1 Foxtrot. For performance reasons, we'd like to request runway 05 right for departure. We'll be ready in about 5 minutes.
Alpaca 1 Foxtrot, roger, next runway 05 right.
05 right, thank you. Alpaca 1 Foxtrot. Okie dokie, so that 4,093 metre runway has come to fruition. We've spoken to the F1 team, Aston Martin, Lance Stroll. We've left some of his parts on the apron. Right, I think my FMS is set. Right, no, I need to get this performance in. So we've computed all that. Perf. So I need to put all these speeds in. V1, and this is a toga departure, isn't it? Yeah, toga. So Airbus experts. Do I firewall it? Do I put the thrust levers into the toga position when we've set takeoff thrust? Yes. Green dot. Up speed 251 knots. 55, 65. That's what density altitude does to your performance. It just absolutely kills it. Oh, I wish I was in a 777. Flaps fuss is up 2.8, is that right? No, 3. 3/2.8, isn't it? No, 3/ oh, what do you put in the flap fuss button? 3/up 2.8. Oh yeah, and then no flex temperature. I'm correct. Okay, togering it. Power. Blade says it will save Stroll, leaving most of the parts of the first corner barrier. Fantastic. Right, performance is complete. Altimeter set. Next. Recorder ground control on or as required. On. Captain and purser buttons as required. Yeah, that's fine. Turbo damp on? What is that? Seatbelts on auto, fueling complete. Let's turn this guy down here. Seatbelts, we'll leave it on, that's fine. Cabin pressure, valve selectors both check. Yeah, I've done that. Landing auto, airflow is required. Let's start the APU. It's actually quite warm here. So on. And start. Well remembered, Oliver Taylor, you're quite right. I need to go to flight plan. Boeing. Airbus, I mean, departures 05 right. Still the same SID, which is the Ileto 3 Alpha. Transition none, insert. I've done a thing. Great. Airflow, working on it. Starting my APU. Yeah, perfect.
Alpaca 29er Tango, push and start approved, call me ready for taxi.
And update init B weight, thank you.
Push start approved.
Init
Call ready by
B
taxi.
weight. So what's my new 0 fuel weight now? After all that messing around.
Tower, Alpaca 877, ready for push and start.
0 fuel weight I had to lower to 235.5, thank you.
Alpaca 877, stand by, you are number 2.
And the block is 91.4, 91.4, great. So I should save a bit of fuel now anyway. I need to press the AP bleed on. Excellent. Airflow is fixed. ECAM, check the batteries. Fuel panels, all pumps on, 18. Overhead panel, all white lights are off. Engine fire test, push and hold. Excellent. Complete. AP fire test is complete. ACP 3, enable PA listen. Where is the third audio control panel here? Oh look, there you go. Oh, PA listen. Standby instruments checked. Clock is on. Anti-skid is on. Gravity gear extension lock. Switching panel all normal. Radio's on. Transponder 1. Tune to local ATIS. Get the radio. Frequencies tuned. Done. File fly plan complete. Prepare MCDU. Done. Barometer. I've set local QNH. Set initial altitude. Yes, he cleared us to flight level 290. 290 set. ECAM stus show normal. Normal. IRS alignment is complete. Do I have to put my position in? It was probably not, do I? No, it's all aligned, look, isn't it? Fuel quantity I've definitely checked. Score code is in. AP masters on. AP press start. AP bleeds on. Pack 1-2. Zone tempest required. Air conditioning panel. All white lights off. External power. Okay, now disconnect. AP generator is on. There we are. Push back. Startup clearance. Check parking brakes set. Doors closed. Seatbelt sign on. Disconnect GPU and remove chocks. Which will be under here somewhere. Oops. Ah.
Alpaca 1, Mike Victor, please.
Where are you? Where are you? There we are. Chocks off. External powers disconnected. Disconnect jetways or stairs. Welcome on board, ladies and gentlemen, to your flight to where we're going. Viracopos International. Let's PA complete. I can't speak the respective language. Right. Flight. Where's the ground visibility? There we are. Detach. Okay, seatbelts on. Tow truck will get idle. ATC to auto. Blue hydraulic. Ensure. What? I've done that check. Never done that before. Okay, there we are. Next is engine start. Oh, I'm a pro. Okay, better push back. Come to us.
Ground cockpit. Tau is driving up.
Alright, so we've got whoa! What's going on with the textures? Eh? That's weird. CSLs have gone really blurry. They weren't like that. Is that something wrong on my side? Oh, they've loaded in now, look. That was... oh no, they haven't. They're really blurry. They weren't. I wonder what's causing that. Mechanical switch on audio panel also gives chocks and GPU. VRAM, oh really? Yeah, I can notice the FPS has just dropped off slightly. Oh, why is X-Plane using so many resources, especially in the A340?
Okay, all doors and hatches
Yeah, it's
are closed.
loaded in now.
Ready to connect.
Bravo, hold short run with your left.
Yeah, 26 FPS. Oh, you can see the textures literally changing in front of me at the terminal as well. How bizarre. Yeah, so you can see it's doing stuff in the background. I didn't know X-Plane adjusted textures. Yeah, I need a new GPU already. At Mexico City, Alpaca 1, Foxtrot Stand 24, would like to request push and start.
Alpaca 1, Foxtrot, you are number 2 in the sequence, standby.
Roger, standing by, Alpaca 1 Foxtrot. Roger.
Alpaca 1 Mike Victor.
Do you have 64 gigabytes of DDR4 RAM? Don't know.
Push and start approved, call me ready for taxi.
I have a limited VRAM though, 10 gigabytes. Number 2. So hopefully behind this guy.
Alpaca 1 Mike Victor jets after the Boeing 777 taxiing down, Bravo.
Westover, what is an F1 positioning flight? We're simulating a flight between the next F1 race and the previous one. So 2 weeks ago, Formula 1 was in Mexico. We're now flying to Sao Paulo, which is 4,000 miles away. Well, none of you lot are moaning at me so far. I haven't seemed to have forgotten anything too significant. The only thing is, I feel like we might hit a mountain. We're going to be super tight performance. Well, we are super tight performance. This didn't happen on my test sector. I was able to take off with a full load of passengers. I'm getting worse FPS here than I do in Microsoft Flight Sim. 29 FPS? What's going on? It's not the ToLiss. What could be eating my PC's resources? I'm just having a look at the task manager here. Memory 66%. Oh, Discord. Discord's running. Discord is not something I like to run. Just quitting lots of stuff in the background. That'll help things. Yeah, don't need power automate on either. Right. That should help a little bit. Discord was on in the background, and Discord's actually a bit of a performance hog. Yeah, that's actually helped quite a lot. Perfect. Oh, so when the last one's out, no biggie. I might... Well, we know which direction we're going to face, don't we? So we can do that bit.
Ground to copy. Please, show me where you want to go.
Something like that.
Cell connected and bypass being inserted. Release parking brake.
X-Plane doesn't like sunset scenery. Is heavy here. Yeah, it could be the Mexico City scenery. I certainly know when I get airborne it'll be like 70 FPS in the ToLiss. Oh, right. This is a bleeds off takeoff. So what do I do? Is I just turn off the pack? Do I just press pack 1 and 2 off?
Alpaca 29 Tango, runway 05 left, wind calm.
Ironic that Discord is built for gamers, yet it's a massive performance hog. Yeah, I always make sure I forgot to here, but make sure it's shut off when I'm streaming.
Runway 05 left, clear for takeoff, and then after departure, contact Unicom 122.
X-Plane is so poorly optimised at the moment. I have a Ryzen 7 5080 with 64 gigabytes of RAM and can't get above 30 FPS, but on Microsoft Flight Sim I get 100 FPS on Ultra, yeah. Yeah, so it's all those objects in Mexico City, isn't it? All the, yeah, look, that's what it'll be. All this here being loaded in. Sometimes should be automatic in the Airbus. No, I'm pretty sure you got to turn packs off, then turn them on within 10 seconds between them. Oh, and is that what point, Oliver Taylor, after takeoff do you put the packs back on? Hopefully it'll come up on my checklist. So I just, at what point do you turn the packs off? So easy in the Airbus. It's quite a complicated procedure in the 737. You've got to be careful.
Corrección Alfa 1, mantenga flight pista 05 derecha.
Well, the APU's guzzling up my fuel, so I've got minimum block fuel with thunderstorms en route. I've taken off 10 tons of cargo. Packs off online now. Roger, remind me guys, I will forget. We have to keep an eye up on our ETA here, so I want the perf. Yeah, that, well, shutting off Discord certainly helped. So the moment ETA 0817. So the idea is we'll have to see when we get airborne what our ETA is, and then I'll start my rest. Probably at around midnight now.
Bravo, hold short runway 05 left.
Oh, V speeds were deleted. Yeah. Thanks. I should have known that. Actually, does the same thing in the 737. Actually, spits out the V speeds. Well done. Good evening, Mr. Mid. 10 past midnight where you are. And in Germany.
Follow the company traffic Airbus A340.
That's now back at A330 as well.
5 left, QNH is 30, Poland 17.
Flaps have got removed as well. Oh yeah.
Alpaca 1 Foxtrot after company traffic point 7777. Push and start approved, call me ready for taxi.
Once the 777's taxi behind, push and start approved, call ready for taxi, Alpaca 1 Foxtrot. There goes the triple. Oh, you can use the FMC to uplink the V speeds, it works quite well. Ah, oh yes. That would have been quite useful. Alright, so this is my first ever toga takeoff. With flap 3, bleeds off. That's the only way I can get out of here with a full load of passengers. Alrighty. We're looking good, guys. But the pushback's ready, just got to release the parking brake. Don't forget, I've also got my taxi camera on. Oh yeah, look, you can see the tug there. So cool, isn't it? Actually, I don't want it on that one, do I? I want the cat today. Oh look, we can watch the pushback. Right, parking brake we can now release.
Starting pushback.
Oh, no.
You may start engine.
Get the beacon on before I get punished. Oh, where is it? Where is it? Beacon on. Oh, there we are. Right, hold on. Engine mode selector. Ignition start.
All stations information Alpha is now current.
Engine master 1 and 2 set.
0.16.
1. And was it when the end? There you go. You can put engine number 2 on straight away as well. 2 engines at once. What the hell? I see birds. Where's birds? What? I see shadows of birds. You see that, guys? Am I seeing things, or? I just saw bird shadows on my plane. Look at the size of this plane. We're not seeing things, the birds, yes, it's new. Same tensions in Jake's birds, I don't have same tensions. Check out my 340 those two. Look! What's that? Doesn't like birds, is that some weird... If I zoom in it disappears, but I can't see any birds. There were definitely bird shadows, they look more like... Well, they've gone now. Phantom birds. Interesting picture. On the pushback, right? Starting 3 and 4. Oh yeah, that's better. Get that louder. So these are Rolls-Royce Trents, aren't they? I think the older A340 had CFMs, didn't it, which are really underpowered. Rodents. Dan Marotti, yeah, I think it could be. I've not seen it before. Check it out. Takes less time to start 4 engines here than 2 engines in the max. Yep. Yeah.
Mission complete. Set parking brake.
Parking brake set.
Disconnecting tow. Stand by.
Parameters all good, yeah. Engine mode selected to normal. Generators on. AP bleed off. AP master off, but pack 1 and 2 check on, but we want to do a bleeds off takeoff. Oh yeah, we'll do that later. Flap set for takeoff, which was 3. 1, 2, 3. Anti-ice not required. Dome light off. Pitch trim check. Is that automatically set, isn't it, in this tank? 2.8 up. 2.8. That's done. Flight controls. I don't have. I do actually have Eurocom still plugged in. Hold on. Let me see. Check it out, guys. Oh yeah.
Alpaca 1 Mike Victor, runway 05 left.
There we are. I've done the yoke cam or stick cam. All claws and all doors closed and slides armed.
Bypass beam has signal move. And signal on the right. We'll see you next time and have a safe flight.
Perfect. Taxi clearance obtained. Taxi, turn off lights want to come on. Where's my turn off lights? I can't find them. I've got my taxi lights on. Oh, fine. Right, let's request taxi. Alpaca 1 Foxtrot request taxi for runway 05 right.
Alpaca 1 Foxtrot, runway 05 right, QNH 30.16. Taxi via Bravo, hold short runway 05 left.
Taxi to runway 05 right, hold short of Bravo at 05 left, altimeter 3016, Alpaca 1 Foxtrot. Okay, 3016 set. We're gonna go. Oh gosh, turn off the weather charts for now. Ah! Where is the weather? I can't remember how to turn it off. There we are. So Bravo 05 left. Okay, perfect. Then we're going to cross here. I need full length though. Can I go via Alpha? And this is all Bravo. I think we're just going to hold short around. Oh, there we are. Yeah, we're going to go around the back. Good, that's what I need. Right. Parking brake released. Let's go. I love the spool up sounds on these. Listen. Did you hear that? It's so good. Brakes test. There we are. Ground spoilers arm. FCU initial altitude set. Weather radar system on. Weather radar PWS auto. TCAS mode TARA. Terrain on MD both as required. Nope. Order brake set to RTO. Departure briefing performed.
Alpaca 1 Mike Victor heavy, runway 05 left, wind calm, ready, clear for takeoff.
What did I say? What? We're going to go around the back. Oh, behave you lot. Brake temps will be fine. Takeoff config normal. Next is all takeoff. Packs 1 and 2 on or as required. So we'll turn them off. Alright. ECAM is all non-blue. Takeoff config normal. Very good. Check me out. Awesome.
Alpaca 877 heavy, line up and wait, runway 05 left.
Love that howl sound you get from the Trents. Oh, better stay on that taxi line. Great add-on this. All the ToLiss Airbus are endorsed by Airbus themselves. Fantastic. I can't remember last time we flew a 340 on the stream. A long time ago, I feel. How long is a flight? What time will you be back on stream to land? 7 o'clock by the looks of it. So at the moment, if we take off in 10 minutes, 8:17. So yeah, I'll probably plan to come back at 7 in the morning, UK time. Yeah, across the pond. I've done this a couple of times on long flights for sure. Certainly not recently. It's a massive aircraft. Did you fly to Saudi at some point? Yeah, maybe. Was it one of those cross the land events? Well, the best way is actually looking at a playlist. I should pin all my playlists. If you go to my YouTube homepage, select playlists. All my playlists are done by aircraft. If I've flown it more than 3 times, I make a dedicated playlist for it. If I've flown it less than 3 times, it's in the playlist called 737 Captain Fly A ... But once it's been flown more than 3 times, it gets a dedicated playlist. It's a very generous offer at ToLiss Airbus. Is subscription gifting disabled? Should be on, but don't feel the need to.
Alpaca 877 heavy, runway 05 left, wind calm, clear for takeoff, 1 airborne contact.
So whole point Bravo is just here for 05 left, but we're going to go round to 05 right.
Alpaca 877.
Alpaca 1 Foxtrot holding Bravo 05 left.
Alpaca 1 Foxtrot, cross runway 05 left, continue taxiing via Alpha 1, line up and wait runway 05 right.
Clear to cross 05 left, Alpha 1, line up and wait runway 05 right. Alpaca 1 Foxtrot. Oh my god. 50! I think I'm going to have to turn that off. 50 gifted members. Is that even possible? I don't even know if there's many people watching. I have no words. That's going to just fill up chat so much. That is unbelievably generous. Thank you very much. I can't even remember who it was. I've lost track. ToLiss Airbus, who just asked his gift memberships on. Yes, it is, and he's just gone absolutely crazy. Gifted 50 members to the channel. That's a record. I've never received so many members at once. That is ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. I've had to turn on the alert, turn off the alerts there. That is very, very generous. Thank you very much. Very, very generous. Wow. Right, Listerman has already got the command there. If you've been gifted a membership, you can join the members Discord for a month. You can join the members only group flight on Sunday as well. Unbelievable. It's still coming up. Unbelievable. There's a number of members only videos to watch as well. Oh wow. I've never seen so many at once. Wow, wow, wow. I'm completely distracted. Right, I need to do Airbus things here. That can come off. Been cleared to line up and wait. Wow. Strobes on, landing lights on. That needs to be on takeoff. My weather radar's on. I need to turn off my packs. So pack 1 off, and then someone said wait 10 seconds. Oh my goodness me. Fuel quantity's fine. Takeoff clearance we're waiting for. Squawk codes in. Cabin crew advised. Chrono to start. All thrust levers. Engine stabilised. Brakes. Toga thrust. Right, the rest I can do. Unbelievable. Lee Russell, thank you for your continued support. 46 months as a member as well. Toga, unbelievable. Thank you very much indeed for your support as well. And we'll now turn off the second pack. Wow.
Alpaca 1 Foxtrot.
I need every inch of this runway, by the way.
Right wing calm, clear for takeoff, wind airborne, monitor, Unicom 122, decimal 8. Bye bye.
05 right, cleared takeoff. Once airborne, Unicom 122, decimal 8. Thanks for coming on for the ATC. Alpaca 1 Foxtrot, bye. Wow. Right then. Packs are off. Managed that one, Domino Messina. Still distracted by the 50 gifted members from Thomas Lurs. Unbelievable. Thank you very much indeed for your generosity. I mean, it's still... I can't... I've got to leave that off because it's going to go off during the entire takeoff. Right then. Toga's in chat. This could be quite interesting. We're right on limits for departure here. And we're lined up, so I'm just going to hold it on the brakes. Let's go. Start the timer. Such a long flight. Okay, engines look stabilised. Releasing the brakes. Man Toga. SRS green. Runway. Set takeoff thrust. 1.328 EPAR. Takeoff thrust indications normal. Airspeed's alive. It's so slow. 80 knots. Oh my god. We're barely used. Oh my, well, we use loads of runway, that's what I'm trying to say. Oh my days. Coming up to V1. Oh, those walls jumping around a bit. There's rotate. Oh my goodness. Pause ready to climb. Gear up. And we're barely climbing. Oh. Yeah. 1600 feet per minute. Bonkers. Oh yes. Oh wow. Wow, 2,000 feet per minute, maintaining 180 knots. And now at full Toga thrust. Very control wheel steering-y. Just don't have to do anything with my side stick. What's the after takeoff checklist? It's autopilot and that. After takeoff checklist complete. Right, when do I put my Togas back on? Pack's on. Oh, is it as soon as you're airborne? 1. Lever climb. Climb. And I'm already above F, so I can go to flaps 2. I'll put my tray table away. And the other pack can come on as well. So it's already commanding 250 knots. Wasn't the upspeed like 252? Pack 1 at lever climb. Oh, okay. Pack 2 10 seconds later. Oh, I've done that, but probably not in quite the right sequence. Why were the engines so hot? Were they getting quite hot in the older EGTs? Full Toga thrust and high altitude maybe? Oh, I'm already above F, so I can go, sorry, yeah, F, I can go to 1 plus F, can't I? 251 is the green dot speed, wow. But I've got to keep the slats extended then, haven't I? Am I actually going to be able to make the restrictions here? Let's go to Unicom. Unicom's active. So the first restriction is 180 to 250. God, we're not climbing! There's no ATC. Oh, ask ATC for high speed. High speed approved, great. But I can't select the slats until I'm at the green S? Oh, doesn't the flap... Don't the flap... Yeah, look, the flaps automatically retract, I remember. When you get to that line. Great. Oh, there we are. Flight Sim guy says, V1 is running 7.3 streams, and Flight Sim is running Airbus streams. What is happening? Yeah, I think I might turn terrain on. How do you do that? Oh my days. Look at this, guys. This is sketchy. Oh, my FPS is improved now. 60. Right, there's S. Select the flaps up. I'm already at flight level 100. Set standard. It's next to ND. Oh yeah. Ah yes, yeah, it's keeping me away from the really hard granite. God, I miss Ortho. This is just stock XP12 scenery, guys, but it's going to be night time in about an hour. What on earth is that? Pylons. 900 feet per minute, I know, but now look, I'm at 250 knots. My slats are up, and I'm getting 2,300 feet per minute, which, yeah, we should be fine to be at or above 18,000 feet. Right, I've refreshed the alerts, they shouldn't ping up anymore, but once again, wow, that was unbelievably generous from ToLiss Airbus Z10. I don't know if you're still here, but thank you very much. That's a record. I've never had that many gifted members at once, so very generous of you. Thank you very much wherever you are for your very generous support. So MX811, and it's going to be a right turn Mike X-ray 15. You're still here, Thomas. Unbelievable. You've only just become a member yourself. Have you been watching long, or have you just joined and randomly just generously given me 50 members? Right, I did all that. Brakes off. I can't even tick it. Positive gear up. Spoilers disarm. Yeah. Autopilot's in. Flaps up. We can now turn off the landing lights. Turn that down slightly. Nose lights can come off. Set standard. Next is climb high transition. MCDU perf and prog. Packs are on as required. 10,000 feet. Lights off. Seatbelts as required. Yes, we can take those off. On auto. No smoking auto. Cabin temperature's fine. Terrain on ND both off. I'm quite happy we've cleared the terrain. The highest is off there to the right now. Great, let's deselect terrain on ND so we can have the weather on. There are cruise, check the ECAM, step climb is required, and then it's descent preparation. Wonderful. Thomas, I hop on from time to time. My PC isn't the best. Manages XP11 with the 777V2 at ground 40 FPS, so I'd rather watch some nice graphics. Thomas Liz, don't give me so many members. Save up and get yourself a new PC, buddy. Unbelievable. Thank you very much. That's one of the most generous donations I've ever received on the history of the channel, let alone, you know, a one-off like that. It's just very generous. Wow. There is a mountain straight ahead, that is true, and I think I can see that we're flying directly to it, Ileto, which is probably why we need to be above 20,000 feet. Train off as he heads straight towards the volcano. Hey, I've got my eyes. It's nice weather actually up in this direction. I think there's the traffic ahead as well. What's our ETA, guys? ETA is, I forgot to mention actually, my cost index is 0 because I wanted it to be as a long a flight as possible. Right, 7:44. So I'll aim to get back at about 6:30. So 6:30 should work out fine. So what I'll do, I'll set a timer up for 6:30 to come on at midnight. Yeah, 0 cost index, otherwise I won't get enough sleep. So we're going to be going quite slow. Just setting up my timer overlay in the background here. Crew, rest, and what should we set it to? I can't remember. So I want to be back. What's our landing time? 7:44. So if I aim to be back at 6:45, an hour before landing. So 6:45. Yeah, I'll start a 7-hour timer in 10 minutes. Perfect. Should be fine. Josiah Place, thank you very much. You've been a member for 2 months. Always love to see you, Airbus Captain, getting set up for my own long haul in a few minutes. Planning to watch the failure stream in the cruise. Very good. The failure stream was a bit anticlimactic. We had some serious failures today. We had an engine flame out in the 737 stream, which immediately recovered, but all of the other issues were quite minor in comparison, so very lucky. Hello Andy Holy, first time here, really enjoying this, thanks, almost welcome and welcome aboard. Hello Crash Lab 16. Martin, some feedback to Thomas Lurs. Bearded Canic 320 knot climb with a zero cost index seems weird. Let me just double check that. Yeah, cost index 0. Don't know. 320 knots to decimal 80. Yeah, I mean that's a cost index 100 in the 7.3, but seems quite fast. Two Cats, thank you very much. Just over 2 years as a member. Thank you very much for your support. And you do now have your alpaca badge with 2 stars. Thank you very much indeed for your support. Very kind. Oh, 290 was my Lee Russell cleared level from ATC, so we're going to make the 200 restriction just. So we're going to be in Aletto in 2 minutes, and you've got to be 200 above. We only just made that restriction with full climb. So you've got to be really aware, actually, of your minimum climb gradient requirements. So here for the Aletto, you need to be 3.9% to 10,000 feet. So based off our speed of 320 knots here, you need to maintain at least 1,100 feet per minute. So yeah, it's tight. But there we are, we're just past the 200 restriction, so I'm happy to go straight up to our planned cruise. There's no step climb because I'm going to be asleep, so I'll send the flight plan. Don't plan step climb, so I'll go straight up to 330, which is our maximum altitude now anyway. Previous phase. Doesn't actually say the is it prog? Which page shows you the cruise? Yeah, Optimum 337, there we are. Cruise 330. Yeah. Ruben says you're about 800 feet too low at MX815, was it? Oh, was I below 18,000 feet? Sorry, ATC gave me radar coverage. All good. Oh dear. Paddy B, thank you very much. 7 months as a member. Plenty of runway to spare. Could have taken more fuel. Yeah, it was all good. It's all good. I think. I didn't strike the tail. If you replay the takeoff, you'll see during the rotation you get this little arrow appear on the PFD, which I think is the attitude at which tail strike occurs. It's very, very useful. It's a very long aeroplane, this. Oh, Tango Whiskey, yes, you've noticed everyone's YouTube handles changed. I think that was something YouTube changed a while back. So don't forget, we've been airborne 12 minutes, but the elevation was 7,000 feet. So we've only climbed, what was it, 15,000 feet in 12 minutes. I'm going to get ready to start my 7-hour timer, actually, in 6 minutes. I'll start that at 23:45 Zulu. Sam Jones, hello. An airport such as Stansted, you have Clacton to Echo and 9 Romeo, both for runway 22. Which one would you use? One is RNAV and the other has nav aids on the chart. Is it just what ATC give you? Which would be used mostly? It's what ATC give you. So if you lacked RMP capability, you'd be advising ATC and you'd probably get the non-RNAV based one. Non-RMP, I should say. Hello Harry, it says please could you do an FMC demo vid one day showing how to build waypoints, your own procedures in the 7.3 would be handy for reference. Yeah, I could look at that. I say that most of the time and I forget to do it, but no, one thing I'd like to do is an single engine go around tutorial, because a lot of people on MCC courses have asked to see that. And yeah, building waypoints I can easily do. How you make it in this box of tricks, I have no clue. Take care, Edo. Yeah, nearly 1 o'clock in the morning for you. Laser game take you on late. So I'm actually on annual leave at the moment, but I will be going on to late. Not back to work until Thursday. one thing I did realise, actually, members, if you're taking part in the Kazakhstan Crossfire on Sunday, is you're going to miss the Formula 1. So no spoilers, because I'm going to have it on record to watch as soon as the stream finishes. Martin, Planey, do you see any numbers on my handle? You've got Martin_GKF, and that's it. Yeah, loads of people have numbers now. Sam Joe says, what's the earliest flight you operate? I could imagine doing early mornings like that. I couldn't imagine mornings doing that. Yeah, before, we have a lot of departures before 6, so sort of 5:40 in the morning local time. Reports at sort of 4:45, so I get there 15 minutes before that, so 4:30, leave home at 3:30. Yeah, up at 2:45, 3 o'clock in the morning when I'm on earlies. That is just the way it is, guys. Transfer in progress. This is all automated, isn't it? I don't need to do anything. I can just sit back here and watch the Trent 500 spin. There we are. And this will be a complete night flight. Local time in Mexico, what is it now? 4:30? Can we go to 5 o'clock local time? No, it's 26, sorry, 5:40. Time in Sao Paulo right now is 8:42, so we're going to be landing about 4 o'clock in the morning, Sao Paulo time. Sam Jones, that's insane. How do you manage to sleep change, or do you keep it the same? Just adapt. You don't do sort of early lates, you do a block of earlies, then a block of lates. So you just a day or two before. People that watch my videos will be aware, because I always do this. If I'm going on to late, I usually the day before, if I'm at home, not out at base, I'll stream and finish about midnight to adjust my body clock. And sometimes if I'm on earlies, I'll get up early and do a stream in the morning. That's how it works. Look at this. 17 minutes airborne, and we've only climbed 20,000 feet. But the sun is setting here in Mexico. I don't even looked at the rest of the routing whilst I'm asleep. Yeah. So, Central America, basically. Mexico, Belize, Panama, Honduras, right over the Amazon. But none of this you'll see. Pitch black. Yeah, this is a proper cargo flight, really. Right, guys, in 20 seconds, 40 seconds, as soon as it's 23:45, I've got a 7-hour timer. I'll stay with you until midnight, or just until after top of climb. I need to get at least 6.5 hours sleep or so. Harry, Sam, someone told me today the flat manoeuvre speeds during a missed approach based on the maximum takeoff mass in the NG. Is that the case? If so, why? Yes it is. So when you push toga, the speed window closes, and the flat placard speed, or the flat bug speeds, are based off the aircraft's maximum takeoff weight. Let me just start my timer here, hold on. I have OCD here, don't you? So 2, 1, boom, there you go. So it's 7 hours from now, will be exactly 6:45 Zulu. There we are. But I'll stay with you guys for a little bit longer. So yeah, the 737 flat placard speeds are based off the aircraft's maximum takeoff mass, and it's conservative. So when you go around, the speeds you fly are always, if you were to say have any issues with the automation, you lose the bug speeds. The provided bug speed is based off the flap speed on the aircraft's maximum takeoff weight. So for the 737 NG 800, it's always the same. So flat 15 172 knots, flat 5 182, flat 1 202, flaps up 222, and the max is the same, just had 3 knots. Make sure you leave some interior lights on. That's a good point. Yeah, when it goes dark, you won't be able to see anything. Let's turn up there. Oh, great FPS now. So yeah, Mexico City's a bit of a FPS hog. I think I knew that anyway from other streams we've done. I think the lighting should be okay by default. Where's my eCam messages? What's the default page here? Status, normal. Hello, Crab. Evening, Sam. Always great to see you back in the ToLiss. Hope your X-Play issues are resolved. No, unfortunately not. And I've been using X-Play for some time. I actually wrote to Laminar to see if I had any issues. I wasn't very impressed with the response, if I was honest. It was just, yeah, remove all of your add-ons to fix the issue, then reinstall each one individually one by one until it doesn't work. It's just a standard copy and paste from their website. I know it's an issue my side, of course, but yeah, I've been lucky. I've just been able to launch flights at the moment, so it's all good. There we are. Level at flight level 330, and we're just about to approach the Gulf of Mexico, ladies and gentlemen, and then back overland to Mexico again. There we are. Oh, we're in the cruise. Little flyby. And there's the sun setting as well. Beautiful. I have to say, the Mango sound pack is very good. However, these are the default sounds. They're not that bad. They're alright. They're alright. Gonna do a step climb? No, we'll be maintaining 330. It would have been more efficient to keep doing step climbs, but I'm not here to do it. And I think there's a way of doing it automatically, but I've not got it set up. M-Plane says, do you prefer flying the classic jets or the new gens? Both. The old school stuff is good fun. We flew the Fearless 742 on Wednesday, and that was wicked. This is a whole different sort of ethos. You know, it's so automated, the Airbus aircraft. Really, I do find it, I wouldn't say easy, it's a different sort of mentality, but you saw me set this thing up, I didn't have to do anything. It's great. Anyway. Martin, I thought you wanted to avoid controversy. Chop doesn't watch this stream. I think we'll be alright. There's nothing controversial about that. My map, which I have on my wall in my office, says Gulf of Mexico. Tom Hayes says Airbus should build an A340-600 and put G90s on it. Or just two. I think 4 would be a bit overkill. But there we are, guys. Here we are on the cruise. I will just double check everything before I go for my crew rest. Usually I'd stay a bit longer with you guys, but it's on the slightly shorter side for an ultra long haul flight. So I usually like to keep the flight time to around, this is 8 hours 20, sort of 9 hours plus. Just gives me that extra hour in bed. But we should be okay. And the sun's going to be quickly setting now, because obviously we're flying eastbound. The sun's setting directly behind us there. And there we are. We will continue in that direction until we get to Brazil, Sao Paulo. And there's our colleagues ahead as well. So I will actually log off of VATSIM, because obviously I can't be here to respond to any controllers. We'll do that now. We will reconnect for the approach. Another flight, good sir. Outstanding. Thanks, Carl. Yeah, we are doing an ultra long one. I am about to go. I'm very sorry, but you can see getting darker and darker. But I think you can see the lighting on already. So I'll just double check. Is this the lighting here? Yeah, there you go. It's a funny place where the lighting is, isn't it? Yeah, look, you can see it illuminating here, so you will see stuff. And yeah, make sure the moving map is working before you leave. Yes, we had that issue last time. And I think we'll probably keep you in something like that, guys. And I'll bring up the map. Is that okay? Am I blocking? No, I'm not blocking the PFD there, am I? I think that should do. And I'll put this to, I'll make sure Navigraph is up. Yeah, because I think last time I clicked off, so it didn't update. And there we are. Slight right turn as we speak. I think what I'll do... Oh my god. I'll do something like that. There we go. I'll make it night mode, which I can't remember how to do, you guys always remember. Which button was it? Sam Jones, don't apologise for the questions. That's what I'm here for. If you're in the cruise, visible moisture cloud, temperatures below 10, do you put the engine down to charge something like low altitude? Once the temperature is below -40, you don't need to, which wouldn't be the case at high altitude, so no, leave it off. Great question. Night mode. Sun icon on the player icon, eh? The sun, where's the sun? Just look at, oh, there we are. Thank you. Right, I've clicked on there, so that will be live updating. I think we're good to go now. It's only an hour 20 in. I do apologise because usually I'm sort of stick around it after top climb, but it is coming up to 10 to midnight here, and I've only got a short time before the cruise ends, and that will be at 6:45 Zulu. I'll return for the setup and approach there. The expectation is develop thunderstorms, I know, so hopefully we'll be okay. You keep an eye on it. Baby's at my mother-in-law's tonight as well, so I've got no, I won't be able to get up and check. I'm going to have to sleep the whole time. Let's hope you didn't accidentally enable failures. I should be okay. Grisor, I hope you do well. Your name's completely changed, Grisor. You're the chap from South America, from Argentina. I'm sure your username had all completely changed for. Right, guys, that's it then. I'm going to log off from the stream. I'll be back in 6 hours, 51 minutes and 31 seconds. If you're in the UK, Europe, have a good night's sleep. The US, have a lovely evening. And I'll hopefully see you in one piece in 6 hours, 51 minutes and 18 seconds. Take care, guys. Ciao.
Welcome.
morning, everyone. So sorry if I set my alarm slightly. So yeah, I set my alarm at 6:30 and put sleep on. Yeah, I just have another 5 minutes. Oh yeah, it's now 50 and I've overset my alarm, so there we are. My crew bunk was very comfortable. Oh, good morning, everyone. What have we got here in chat? At 7 o'clock in the morning, we've got Alenzo123, good morning, Tor 4x4, good morning to you, sir, see you for a while. Josiah Plays here, Dominic Messina, Larry, Simba UK, Dandriani, good morning to you all, Lee Russell, Marcus Rins 5609, wonderful. Hello David, look 25 miles behind you, better log on, fancy him. Logging on now. Do I have to refile my flight plan? I might as well put it open here anyway. Just gonna recycle my flight plan pre-file page on SimBrief. There we are, flight plan refiled. Connect on VanSim. Awesome. I'll have a look in a second, David. Let's just have a little check on where we are. We're still alive, that's a good sign. Overhead the Amazon towards Obgov, should be there in 4 minutes. Time and fuel check when we get there. Where's top of descent? 426 miles to go, landing in 57 minutes. Fuel on arrival 19.6, that's a great amount. 9.9 is our reserves. What's this burning? 9 tonnes an hour. So yeah, we're going to have about an extra hour on board. I don't know if there's a slight discrepancy in the SimBrief sort of fuel burn. We'll have a little look in a second. Dan Johnny, thank you, 6 months member. Morning, Mr. Pilot. Morning, too long, thank you. Oh dear. David, I think you might be there, look. 2,000 feet. Let's have a look outside. Oh, this music's a bit funky for me at this time of morning. Here we are. Oh my goodness, there you are. There's someone there. Talk about close. Amazing. Nigel, yes, say it. 7 AM soon. Time for full English. Absolutely. I didn't make myself a cup of tea actually. I was a bit late up, but I've got a bottle of water here. Dandroni, I'm not sure if someone mentioned, but Viracopos is Campinas, not Sao Paulo. Sierra Bravo Kilo Papa is the largest cargo terminal in Brazil, very near to Sao Paulo, that's why it's used. So, I did a bit of research as to why I flew into Sierra Bravo Kilo Papa at Dandroni, which you're quite right, it does have the largest cargo terminal in Brazil. It's because I did a bit of searching and online I found this really cool article. Let me just find it here. Yeah, some people might be wondering why I'm not flying into the main city's international airport. Oh my goodness! Toro 4x4, you've just sent in 10 gifted members whilst I'm still waking up. Very, very kind of you. We've got Clyde, Gaming Ben, Marcus Hams, Rayner, Home, Limp Rocketer, Osco Stick, Bonsai, Carix86, Pitch Trim Simulations, John Nolwichki, all been gifted members. Thank you very much, Tor. Very kind of you to do that first thing in the morning. Thank you. It's still going to go off, isn't it? Where's this page I was looking? Page was talking about while we're flying into Viracopos. I can't find it now. Found it on aeroflap.com. What website? Guys, good job I silenced that yesterday. That person gifted 50 members. Viracopos. I can't pronounce that. Anyway, as I was saying,
Minimums. Approaching minimums.
I should shut that thing up, shouldn't I? Here you go. So, Viracopos Airport beginning receiving Formula 1 equipment. This is on the October of this year, 29th, this article. So, talks about cars equipment for Formula 1 arriving in Sao Paulo. In total, approximately 700 tonnes to be transported by 8 Boeing aircraft, plus an Airbus A340. 2025 Grand Prix takes place this weekend. First aircraft was a freighter arriving from Mexico City. There you are. And there'll be multiple aircraft inboard, and this airport's been used, I think it was saying here in the article, for a number of years. So, ultra realistic. This stream today. There we are. Good. So, just past the pop-up. Let's have a little fuel and time check then. So, flight plan. Ah, that's gonna hurt your eyes. So bear in mind we took standard block fuel. So should be enabled for 7 hours 31 minutes. 7 hours 6. Wow! That's a lot quicker on the flight time. And we're flying cost index 6, so this is actually 0.79 and we're doing 0.78. So we're actually going slower than the flight plan. Something's changed drastically. Winds are accurate, 264 at 20. We should have 18.9 tonnes of fuel. We've got 24. Maybe a slight tweak in the sim brief profile required. Total fuel use should be 72 tonnes. We burnt 67, so we saved a whopping 5 tonnes of fuel, which is about 30 minutes. That's a little bit. That's a little bit of tweaking. We've flown the OFP incredibly accurately. No shortcuts. Flew the SID that was planned. Anyway. Super Groby, going off to work. Have a nice landing, Captain Force. Airbus Beast, thank you very much. Good day to you. What's about maximum landing weight? That's actually a good point. Well, at the moment... interesting. Might have to dump a bit of fuel. Does this give you... Right, estimated fuel on board will be 19.6, and we have right now 24. Where's my oversized calculator? Alright, let's go at 24.1. Arriving with 19.6. So we're burning 4.5 tonnes of fuel. Where's my gross weight? Where can I... There it is. 259.6. Minus answer. What did I just say we're going to burn? My calculator doesn't have an answer button. Brilliant. Let me just do that one more time, guys. Too early for mathematical equations. 24,000. 4.5, that was it. 4.5. So we're landing at 255 tonnes. We're alright. We're way below max landing weight by 10 tonnes. Well, I say weight 10 tonnes. That's because we had to lower the weight of the aircraft, remember? Alenza, yeah, that's actually a really good point. Well, I've not considered, which I should do. We did lower our takeoff weight by 10 tonnes. Now, that is a significant weight reduction, but in the grand scheme of the whole weight of the aircraft, which was 339 tonnes, we were then 329. To save that much fuel, I don't know, probably we should be burning less, of course, but I expect it to be as much as that. Maybe I'm clear, you know, I don't know much about this aeroplane, but it could well be that that saving was certainly, you know, realistic. But I could just remember that I had to lower my takeoff weight because we were just too heavy. We couldn't satisfy the takeoff performance. I don't know if it's still here. Yeah, it's still up, look. So 326.9. We were only 100 kilos below the RTOW regulated takeoff weight. So 100 kilos heavier, we would have been at limits, and it was a long takeoff roll. It was V1 stopping with only 130 metres left on a 4,100 metre runway. We had to switch to 05 right. Wind was stronger earlier. Your ground speed was around 500 knots a couple of hours ago. Okay. Oh, could be a twilight landing, that's a good point. Yeah, so right now, local time in Sao Paulo, it's 4:10 in the morning, 7:10 Zulu, and sunrise we've got as 7:55. Is that local? No, that's UTC. No, I think. Oh no, 8:19. Yeah, you're right. 8:19 UTC. We should catch a little bit of a sunrise here. Very nice. Oh, that's amazing. Dan Trani said the Myriad 225, the Antonov, the 6-engine aircraft, landed there in 2017, bringing some equipment for oil drilling. Wow. A 4:10 local in Brazil, and we're landing 4:55. Yeah, and it's saying here on my app I have that the sunrise will be at 7:55 local. Sorry, 7:55 UTC. What time's in UTC here? So that will be the sunrise is at 4:55 local. So yeah, we're going to time this beautifully. Hello, German Fly Smith. Good morning. Just woke up, got myself a coffee, checked what's going on YouTube, saw your stream, and remembered starting it yesterday. So I wanted to watch landing now. I was surprised because you're still alive. You're still live. Ah, yes. Well, I have had some rest. Be pleased to know. Right then, let's have a look at my top of the centres anyway. ToLiss aircraft is performing admirably. What FPS we're getting here? 60. Very nice. I think I've got it capped too. And we've got top of descent at 7:38. So we've still got 26 minutes to go. And yeah, we should see the sun starting to rise very soon. Right, anyway, let's start setting up this approach anyway. Okay. Oh, lovely. Well, we might be using some of that extra fuel. Look at this, guys. 2305, wind from the south-southwest, 10k, light thunderstorms with light rain, few at 500, broken at 3,500, CBs, overcast 10,000, 21 degrees, QH1008 with recent rain. Brilliant. So what runway would they be using? Don't tell me I'm going to do a non-precision approach. Runway 15 is a 5-knot headwind, so that's good. That's what we want. 2305 straight in on the ILS. I think runway 33 is all non-precision approaches. Yeah, it's good, it's good, it's good. So, but we might have some thunderstorm activity. So coming in here, what holding options do we have? Alt-top, Knobbery, non-standard property hold there. Let me just select the ILS approach. We've got the updated ToLiss with the working weather radar as well, so it should pick up weather on the ND here. Right, let's run through the little included checklist as well. So cruise ECAM memo review. You then check all the various system pages. So engines, good, everything's in the green. All quantities good. Bleed air is good, pressurization fine. Coming out at 7,000 feet. All the electrical panels, great. Doors are still closed. Brakes are cold. Flight controls fine. Great, done. We've checked the fuel, we've saved some. Nav accuracy is at monitor. Step flight level is appropriate, no point now, we've only 25 minutes. Monitor weather radar, camera temperature is fine. So we've obtained the weathering and landing information. Landing conditions confirmed. FMS preparation, approach brief. GPWS, water brake, descent clearance. Alright, let's start setting up then. It's an Airbus, it's easy. So, star. Alt-tot, 160 below, looks like we're going to be at 123, great. Kilo Papa 21, checks. We then have Knobbery, we have a decel before then, and Knobbery we're going to be at 235 knots. And then straight on to the initial approach fix. MSA not too bad, for 3,900 feet in that sector, 5.5 all round, so 6,000 feet or above will keep us terrain safe. Onto the ILS via Nobbery. 110.3, I don't need to tune course, I don't need to tune 150, Sebsu height check. That's at 3790. It's got a Tara 4,400 and Sebsu 3790. Speed back at 176 knots, so we'll leave it in Airbus VNAV and we'll be fine. Go to the init page. No, perf page, that was it, next phase. Descent speed's going to be 320. Costing 0, that's fast, but we'll do it. Right, QNH then. 1008. Temperature. It's 21 degrees, nice temperature. Wind 2305, so worst case for performance would be 2605. MDA or decision height, MDA will be 2339. Well, it's not an MDA, it's a DA, but that will give us the minimum score based off a parametric altitude. Config 3 or 4, what's the runway length here? Guys, remind me, what's the standard? 3,200, long runway here? I'll go full for now. Get my performance calculator out. So 1.5. Weather worst case we'll put the wind in as 2605. I do love, it's very old, basic, this tablet. It works really well. Whoa, that's not my wind. 2, 6, 0, 5. Temperature 21. QNH1008. I'll put wet. TI's off. Landing weight 258.5. That's about right, wasn't it? No, it's going to be less than that. Was working out now. So landing with 19.6, 22.8, 3.2 tons less than this. It's going to be 255.1. Nice, you guys getting snow Sunday. We're forecast for some. Are we? I've not looked ahead there. Imagine runway too short. Probably a mix or just cold rain. Detroit itself. I think we're talking about different things there. You should be able to click STS and switch through the pages one after the other every time you click STS. Oh, I didn't know that. Pilot V approach 0. Brake mode. Let's try 2. Reverse on. Compute. Okay, that seems okay. Low. Not enough margin for me. So auto brake 2 gives me 630 meters margin, but I want to vacate at Foxtrot. Let's just go auto brake 3. There we are. That's a nice margin. So we're below max landing weight performance. Engine out gradient's fine to 12.7%. Okie dokie. Brake mode 3 will select. It's easy in an Airbus, easy. Full. My final approach speed will be 155. What have I got left to do, guys? Nothing. I'm just an Airbus expert. Oh, I expect thunderstorms, I know. Oh, excuse me, guys. Excuse me. Morning, Short. Hope you're doing well. If you just joined, we're currently over the Amazon rainforest, about to start our descent into Charlie Papa, just over 100 miles. just overhead the Parana River, which I guess has piranhas in it. Don't know. Here we are, then the Chieti. Amazing. Very well, thank you, Sean. Hope you're doing just fine. Cars 6023 737 isn't rocket science either. Oh yes, it is. It's just pure skill required to fly 737. This Airbus it's just a 10-page manual. No, I'm joking. No, the Airbus does require a lot of background knowledge on how to operate the aircraft. It's all a good joke, guys. Sorry, Toy 4x4. Still making me yawn. It's my dulcet tones this early in the morning here. 7:20. Must be obviously evening time for you, sir. Thank you very much for the gifted members as well. So obviously we probably would have done a step climb as well on this sector. However, on the OFP I just filed it as a fixed flight level, which you can do. You just untick the step climb box. So the optimal cruise level would be it's on the prog page. There you go, optimum 3.8, so 3.7, maybe even 3.9. But it's no point with only 20 miles to top set to go up there, because the savings would be marginal. Maybe 5-6 hours ago, step up to 3.5 and then 3.7. We maybe saved a decent amount of fuel, but I didn't want to go too fast, because obviously I do these overnight long hauls. I was sort of like 9 hours plus, this being a flight time around 8 hours 10, 8 hours 15, it was a little bit on the shorter side. It's the Parana River, nothing to do with piranhas. Go all the way down to Argentina, Uruguay to form the Rio de la Plata. There you go. Jake Chief says normally have snow by Halloween, but not this year, I guess. Whereabouts you, sir? I'm guessing not the UK. It's unseasonably warm here in the UK at the moment. Oh, they've released the names of the pilots killed in the MD-11 crash. Well, obviously, thoughts and prayers with those. And those killed on the ground. Plainly, of course, the rings around the fixes. Let's see if I can remember how to do that. So, you go to the waypoints, line select key, anywhere on the left, isn't it? After top of descent or something like that. Fix info. You have to remind me, it's the airport code, isn't it? Sierra Kilo, no, Bravo Kilo Papa. And is it 1-5? Look at this go. Here we go. Yes! I remembered. A little bit of weather. Return after 80 miles, off to the left there. Can't see anything with our thunderstorms at destination. German flight services, too bad explanation, is just black in the distance. No lights at all in the distance, only a fairly small radius around the aircraft to set up, so sad as lighting is one of the best parts of X-Plane. I mean, is there any moon? Yeah, there is. Actually, a full moon, so you should actually have a little illumination of everything with that full moon too. So it's a little, you're right, it is a little bit too dark.
Minimums, approaching minimums.
Curtis Rich 2853, thank you very much for your 57 months as a member. I hope you're doing very well, sir. Good morning, or good evening, or good afternoon to you. Not sure where you're from, sir, but appreciate the support for that entire period of time. Thank you. Miles till top of descent. Don't think we'll get any ATC on VATSIM today. I feel this time of morning all the Brazilians are still in bed. I'd hope they'd be. Curtis, love being able to catch it live. Ah, here you are, sir. Thank you very much for popping in. Johnny, you're still here, I know. I've seen you chatting away. Oh, they actually grounded the MD-11, I didn't know that. yeah, I mean, when everything's cooled down regarding that, we will fly the MD-11 again. It's a little bit too soon at the moment if we want to fly that aircraft, but it's yeah, I mean, it's I was sort of watching one of the Block Clerio videos, and I knew the DC-10 had a bit of a checkered history regarding the engine struts, and there was I can't remember which one it was that crashed. There's a very famous photo, and it looks like with this engine detached, it's likely went over the wing, because obviously it's producing thrust. It's detached, so it's going to have flown forward and then flip over the top of the wing, and that's obviously done significant damage to the point where obviously this aircraft did crash. But it's an old aircraft as well. 91 wasn't it built? But it has a reasonably good safety history, wasn't it? American Airlines 191, yeah, that's it. And there's a really famous picture of it banking with fire coming out of it. But it's eerily similar to what happened there. Yeah, pilot's been found on the ground. Very sad. NTSB found the recorders, and there's so obviously now being the 21st century, when American Airlines 191 crashed back in, I mean, it was in the 70s or 80s. You know, it was just very fortunate that someone caught that picture. Now everyone's got dash cam, CCTV. The amount of information available to investigators to view this crash is phenomenal, really. Really sad, because you see the accident, and it's awful. I think we've all seen the footage of the crash from the dash cam in the car park in this sort of outside the warehouses here. The aircraft on the side already, and you can clearly see the engines detached, and then shooting fire. Yeah, it'll take a year and a half of investigation, and the probable cause was the engine detaching, but obviously it's all speculation at this stage. Pilots had 25 seconds for the fire bell to the crash. Sometimes it would take an hour to make a decision in an emergency. Yeah, there's nothing that crew could do. There's absolutely nothing. You know, an aircraft is designed to fly with an engine detached. You know, we have an engine fire sphere damage or separation checklist. What isn't taken into account is if that engine detaches and rips itself through a wing, it causes untold damage. Sun's rising. Can you see that there in the horizon, guys? Perfect timing. I should maybe download a little bit of Ortho for the Brazil area, but I didn't, unfortunately. Not that we'll probably need it with all that cloud around, thunderstorms forecast. It is Larry. There's a little bit of first light on the horizon at 10 o'clock. Just staring right at now. 79 was that accident, wow. Joe YouTube said I hate to be a mech at San Antonio, where it's an MRO that serviced the Atlas 767 when that one went down to Houston. Yeah, that had been very quiet. Very, very quiet, but in that hangar that evening. But again, we can only speculate at this stage. Was it a maintenance issue? You know, was this engine actually attached properly, or was this fatigue? One thing I might actually comment on the night lighting. You see the clouds? You'd actually see that with a full moon like we have here. Go outside, I know it's loud, but look. There's the moon, and the clouds would illuminate like this, because obviously quite a lot of light's refracted from the moon. So I have to say that looks pretty realistic, to be fair. Oh, yeah, it's definitely getting bright quickly now, and we're obviously flying eastbound towards the rising sun. Twin 4x4, would compressor stall have been a factor on engine 2? I'd be speculating twin 4x4. I just don't know. If it detached like that, I think that'd be the least of your worries if it was a compressor stall. And which engine fell? Which engine failed? Sorry, was it it was the number 1 engine, wasn't it? Yeah, I've got you now. So number 1 detached, and number 2 did. Yeah, I mean it could be debris from the engine. Who knows? But yeah, if they've lost 2 engines on an MD-11, it's full takeoff weight, wasn't it? With 100 tons of fuel, there's nothing they can do. Yeah, sorry, yeah, number 1 he's talking number 2. I've not read into the details, but I was aware that watching the Blancleero video that the engine actually ended up on the right side, so it shows it detached and travelled quite a way. But yeah, if there was any damage to the second engine, yeah, fodded out. Yeah, one engine at that weight on takeoff isn't enough to allow it to climb, surely. I think probably in flight, in cruise, if you've lost both wing engines and you got the remaining engine in the tail, you could probably do something about it, but not prior to V1. But I think this occurred above V1, so you're committed to takeoff. Yep, so V1, you are drilled as pilots that above V1 you're flying. There's nothing. That's why you take your hand off the thrust lever. The chances of something like this happening, there's not many cases there are, but in most cases, if you historically project above V1, you're going off the end of the runway. On a field length limited, you are going off the end of the runway, so it's far safer to continue. Good morning, Olimio 12. Hope you're doing well. Thanks for popping in this morning. Oh yeah, that sun is rising quick. Look at the colours change. I've seen X-Plane. The lighting. Sunrise and sunset is very, very nice. I'm going to be heading directly towards the sunrise here. If only number 3 is functional MD-11, there would have to be ridiculous asymmetric thrust. I mean, no more than a normal twin-engine jet aircraft on one remaining engine on the wing, I guess. But probably manageable. I don't know. But the chances of having what happened today are obviously very remote. But it sounds like this engine, again, I'm only speculating here, this engine detached, flew ahead of the aeroplane as it would, because it's not attached to an aeroplane, it's going to go ahead, forward, flipped over, and probably went over to the other side and damaged the number 2 engine. But yeah. Poor guys, there's nothing they could do. Ronovsky, I wonder in the case, would it have been safer to go off the end? Again, you can only speculate that. As I said, historically, rejecting of a V1 where crew have done that, and investigations have found that crew have rejected of a V1 is most cases been a loss of life. Or no, not loss of life, but an accident, overrun, and in cases loss of life. So it's a balance, but obviously in 99.9% of cases, V1 you go because it's the safest option. The chances of having dual engine failure, unfortunately this is what happened on this case, it's unlikely. More likely it's going to be what's what I'm looking for? Rejecting of a V1 when it's happened historically has been for a reason not to reject above V1. So my operator, similar to all others, we only reject a takeoff above 80 knots, which is the high speed regime for fire warning, engine failure, predictive wind shear warning, or in the determination of the captain, the aircraft's unsafe, unable to fly. And the thing was, let's imagine this MD-11 crew did reject above V1, they only had an engine failure, a single one detachment, and then went off the end of the runway. They would be blamed for it. So, you know, it's a difficult one. Exactly as Ryanovsky said, I doubt they very much knew they had an engine missing. Absolutely. So above V1, you know, to make that decision to reject, it's not in your mind, it's not trained in your mind, you're going. Yeah, the Kalitar lost 747-200 in 2008 for rejecting after V1. Well, there you go. German flight simulator, looking at your departure from Mexico, you had a margin of 130 metres. I guess not enough at all for a full stop braking. Yeah, it should be. So when you have field length limited departure and your RTOW is limited by the length of the runway, it still ensures that if you reject at V1, delay braking, I think it's by a second, 2 seconds, reverse thrust, you should stop as per the tablet, and it's factored as well probably. So yeah, so long as on any takeoff, on every commercial departure, if you reject at V1, you will stop, or should stop, so long as you've done the RTO actions correctly before the end of the runway. I'm gonna know exactly as you put it. Yeah, damned if you do, damned if you don't. Good guys, after tiptoe make a left turn. There we are, towards the sunrise, and then we'll start our descent. So looking here. First restriction 160. I'll set 6,000 feet straight away. Not break. Transition altitude is by ATC 8,000 feet. So we'll initially set 6,000 and go straight away for the QNH. 20 miles to go. That sun is rising. Looking good. Can't see any thunderstorms yet. Certainly some build up on the horizon there. Just getting an update on the weather. Just no update on the METAR, so still winds from the west, 10k, a few thunderstorms, light rain. Overcast 10,000 feet, 21 degrees, QNH 1008. Ronovsky, they make it a pain to work out who gifted you a membership. Well, Simbear, no, sorry, not Simbear. Touring 4x4 gifted 10 members if you scroll up so you can see that there. And the only other person to give members was a whopping 50 at the start of the stream. I'm just finding out who that was. That was from Thomas Lurs. So Thomas Lurs Z10, who I've never seen before in any live stream, pops in and sends over 50 gifted members, which is a record. I was the previous stream. It might likely that one. It was very generous. Right then, 10 miles to go. So being an Airbus, I have to obviously wind the altitude down. So we're going to set 6,000 feet here, and it won't automatically descend, will it? So what I'm going to do is push this in, push. So it'll start 1,000 feet per minute until it captures the profile. Down we go. Top of descent after a flight time of 7 hours and 38 minutes and 4 seconds. And we'll set the QNH now as well, 1008. Excellent. Oops. I guess it's blinking because I'm above the transition level. Alright. Oh no. Well, I'm already... So this sometimes happens, you know, you can get, if it's very quiet like this, descent from cruise, 30,000 feet plus, straight down to an altitude. So is it blinking because I'm above the transition altitude? Yes, someone mentioned that the other stream, Ryanovsky. I didn't know who he worked for, but allegedly Spirit Airlines. He got over 200 gifted subs by the end of the stream. Wow. Very generous. Don't forget to push. I pushed it in, Playling. I pushed it in. I'm coming up to my magenta dot speed as we speak. Oh, not that the thrust levers move, but they'll start reducing to idle thrust now. Thrust descent. Oh yeah, a few CBs over there. Look, you can see it getting brighter. Fantastic. Where's that the weather for? Sierra Bravo Golf Romeo. I didn't know if you could put the IATA code in it worked. I thought it was ICAO code to on 4x4. That's good to know. Bit of weather over there, but nothing painting on the weather radar. We shall continue for now. No, I didn't know that. Even the mods didn't even realise IATA code works. There you go, Munich. Well, there you go. POS. Don't break it, don't ever see it. HMS Daring 1, amazes me the Airbus doesn't capture descent like the 737 does. No, you've got to select the button, haven't you? Is the tilt on the weather radar automatic? See, it's down at 2.75. Has it been that way the whole stream? If you actually look at it, it's set to 0. Interesting. That's the main international airport, Sao Paulo. I better butter it after this long flight. Those strobes should be off. No? No strobes on in flight all times. Only vacating the runway, we turn them off. There's the weather for Poznan. Brilliant. 12.44 may or may not have been an aviation streamer in my past life. So we're looking good actually, aren't we? We're on our descent path. We're slightly below the target speed, which will convert to 320 knots. Explaining, does weather radar tilt work in Explain? Depends if the developer of the aircraft has modelled it. For example, the mod has a working weather radar tilt system. Oh no, it doesn't have the newer RDR 4000 weather radar, so... Larry, give it a chance. Yeah, it's a night bot with the weather. If it starts getting spammed, it takes a while for it to sort of process. I think it can only do one every minute or something. It will come eventually. Simba UK, good morning. I'm still in bed and not moving. Morning. There we are. Let's just come up now, Frankfurt. Wow. So approaches 320 knots. I don't understand why cost index 0 is giving me a 320 knots descent rate. That seems very fast. You need to teach me on how to dine on his lap if he goes to Boeing. He's the tech log. Kill, how do you like the new level up NG? I've not tried it yet. Kills for money. Right. Has it been updated yet? I did see something in a flight sim news post about it getting updated. Oh yeah, look, it's got auto tilt. It's gone from 2.75 or 2.25 to 1.75, so I'll just leave it on. Fuel is free and expensive. Cost index is always 0. Well, you should be higher, really. Bear in mind the elevation of this airfield is 2,200 feet. You've got about 20,000 feet to descend. We shouldn't need to do anything because it's straight in, no radar vectors expected. Kills for money says, never mind this old name, 10-year-old me was very edgy, yes. I used to have a similar Xbox handle in my salty youth. Kills for money. I see where you're coming from. It wasn't as salty as yours, but I won't repeat what it was. I might still be using it. Hello, Jamie. Yeah, I see Twix has updated the flight model slide in the Zebo. We flew it last group flight, and members will see me fly it tomorrow. I'll have a little play around with it and see how it feels. But it got to a point where it was lacking pitch authority in the last few, last month or two. So, yeah, hopefully it's been tweaked a little further. Right, seatbelt signs coming on, which, so yeah, no smoking on. Anything else that's in this checklist? On to descent, 10,000 feet, lights on, seatbelt, terrain is displayed, set Q&H, which I've already done. So we're descending to an altitude. And, well, next is go around. This Airbus, you just leave the autothrottling climb, don't you, until you get into the flare just before retard. You close it. Oh yeah, look, you see the other traffic on that soon. We'll do some unicomming soon. Larry, Sao Paulo is pretty high as Brazilian city elevations go, yes. The Tyre of Poland will be online on VATS, so I might need to do a few flights here. Very cool. Is it your annual commemorative day? I think I might have even had an email about that, but I can't. I'm very busy today. I'm going out for lunch with some of our friends. Oh, we're going virtual clay pigeon shooting today with some of Joe, my wife's friends, and their husbands and partners. Should be quite good fun. And then we're going to a fireworks display this evening. Alipe, is this the longest flight so far? No, we've done our last long haul overnight was our longest flight time of 11 hours in the Flight Factor 777 from Perth to Dubai. But it's up there. Be up there. Done a number of long overnight flights. This is the 4th overnight long haul we've done, and then across the ponds, equal or slightly longer. Right, looking at the weather, looks like we're lucky. Here is Viracopos, and then we've got some weather just to the southeast of the airport. Certainly the missed approach could be interesting, but we're lucky in that regard as well. So we fly on runway heading to 6,500 feet. At 3,000 feet, right turn to Nilka, which is going to take us away from that weather, so we should make that turn within 10 miles. So missed approach, always make sure missed approach is safe to go around to as well. There's definitely weather around. November 11th is Veterans Day in the US, Remembrance Day in Canada, and a number of other Commonwealth countries. Of course, yes, this is Remembrance Sunday here on the 11th on Sunday. Sibe, you're flying the A340-600, so that'll be the Any Builds one, and Any Builds, I guess, are making a 600 like the ToLiss as well. Alipe liking the X-Plane's weather and atmospherics, does look very nice. We've literally seen that sun rise and everything getting lighter. Oof, yeah, that is a bit of a lump of... Oh, it seems to be moving... Well, even though there's a wind going in that direction, it seems to be moving towards the airport. Perfect placement there, X-Plane, thank you. So this is getting to the point where you consider holding off the approach now, because it's beginning to block the go around, but weather's certainly moved well within 10 miles now, so the missed approach should probably liaise. It's climbed to 3,000 feet, so it is an immediate right turn actually, because the elevation here is 2,000. Let's have a look at the chart here. 2,200 feet. So 3,000 feet is a right turn, so 800 feet above the ground you immediately start the right turn. So look, you'd be okay, you've got to start that right turn immediately as soon as you're at 3,000 feet to get clear of that weather. But that's getting to the point where you'd consider holding off the approach now. HMS Darren, you can put fixings in an Airbus? Absolutely. Right, we're 10,000 feet above the elevation now, so let's do our post-cruise checks. So put the lights on. The strobes are already on. Angular bank do set, pressurization's fine, belts on, checks complete. Do I now select activate approach phase? Is it below 10,000 feet? Someone told me on a stream once. Turn on the lighting here. Open the speed window first. Oh, it's already reducing to 250 anyway. So 250, activate approach phase. Right, I've done that. So then I just bug the speed as required. So it's obviously reaching 250 knots for decel. Ugh. Can't see any lighting. Lightning. Something's blinking ahead. Is that another aircraft? Roger, Dendroni, thank you. But exactly as Hoi Hai has said this, you've mentioned obviously a process there. That's one SOP. So I've heard people berate me for activating approach phase in chat before. It's like, no, you don't do that now. What are you doing? But then other airlines do that. So I don't know. This is the way I've usually flown every Airbus. Plural of cactus, cacti, same for an Airbus. Singular Airbus. Yes, we're in the Airbus. I love that. Alright, there's 250 knots. Perfectly on path. So, oh, can you hear those engines? Listen. Very nice. Right, the thunderstorm's over the airfield. So at this point now, I would hold off the approach. I'd request holding. But this is X-plane, where weather radar is picking up weather nicely. Would I consider holding now? Oh look, actually it's blown off to the south. Whoa, I think that was lightning here as well. That's moving really fast. It was over here, 10 miles on the extended center line. It's now there. It's actually literally, you can actually see it move. So now, I'd actually, you know, liaise with ATC saying, look, could you make a left turn after the go around, as long as it's clear of airspace and terrain. It's actually lower terrain off to the left hand side. So as long as on the radar vectors, yeah, look at it. Oh my god, it's moving at about 100 knots. The actual approach is now. It was on the runway a minute ago. Right, reduce speed. Someone said, Roger. Already? I thought reducing speed was at the blue arrow. This one here. Don't want to reduce speed so early. Oh, I'll do as I'm told. What's going on in X-plane? That weather has literally moved about 4 miles in 2 minutes. Almighty Snark, holy crap, you flew this all night. Yeah, I've been here the whole time. Yeah. Sat here now for 9 hours, 19 minutes, 50 seconds. I haven't moved. Oh, got you. Right. Yeah, sorry. Squiggly line is VNAV path matching. Alright, well, I'll slow down early anyway. Won't hurt. In fact, I'm going away from my pink dot, and I need to select localizer scales, correct? You can have some too, Jim. There you go. Right, I'm going to get my speed brake out. Speed brake's extended. I want to be on my pink dot. Oh gosh, what's happened to my... Oh, I've extended the speed brake. Look how it's affected my manoeuvre margins. Alright, 6,000 feet. Atara. We've got to be careful here because the minimum is 6,000 feet at Nobri. So once we're about a mile before Nobri, we can set 4,400 feet. So I've retracted the speed brake slightly to stay outside of the manoeuvre button. Oh man, it's the weekend, you poor fella, said the almighty Snark. No, I wasn't here all night. And plus I work shifts, so it's about a weekend, weekday is all the same to me. Oh, I just saw some lightning. But I can also see the airport ahead as well. I can slow that speed brake now. So we're at the green dot speed, which is my clean speed, correct? And you can see we're below the glide slope, and there's the glide slope deviation. Great. Slowed down a bit too early then, but we'll take it. Whoa, I can see the lightning, which makes sense. We've got that blob of CB, but that is clear of the approach path now, guys. How lucky am I? You You can set lower. Airbus won't descend past constraints. I know Simbear, but I always follow my operator's SOP, which is 1 mile before the constraint. It's just an additional safety line. Boeing 737 is the same with VNAV. It won't descend below constraints either. But I can now set 4,400. Oh, hear those engines spooling up. Beautiful. Obviously, it's picked up a little bit of that constraint, so it won't descend. Out constraint. That's fine. Now it's going to start descending. But I'm now going to select VS. Set about 600 feet per minute. Do I get DME here? I don't, but I need to start selecting flap. Flap 1. Got that lighting. I wish they would... It doesn't illuminate the cockpit like that. Oh, that's really annoying. XP need to turn that down. I mean, it'll only do that if you were in the thunderstorm. Like, the whole cockpit is bright. Oh, I need to arm approach. Approach armed. Other than that, your flop. We'll select the F speed. Localize and capture runway heading set. I'll do some unit comming. Viracopos International Traffic. Alpaca 1 Foxtrot. Just going established. ILS Zulu runway 15. Glide slope capture, missed approach altitude, 6,500 feet. Set. Coming in a bit hot here. Speed brake. Oh, here comes a bit of rain. DME button. DME's bottom left. I don't think there's any DME. No, there's no DME associated with this approach. Gonna have to drop the gear soon. Oh, what a lovely, lovely morning. Wipers. Where are the wiper controls? Storm light on, yeah. It's already on by the looks of it. Slow down, I've got a speed brake out. I'm gonna have to drop the gear.
2,500.
Get down. And before I select the next natural flops, what speed do I need to be up to? Oh, below 206, I forgot there's a big tank. I can actually drop the flaps. And I can push the speed window in now, can't I? There we are. Is my dome light storm light on? I wouldn't know how to turn it on. There we are. It is now. Full flap below 200 knots. Full flap. Alright. Landing checklist. Arm speed brake. Cabin check. Do I press one of these buttons at a time? Yeah, done. They've been dinged. Flaps to full. Full flaps coming in now. Whoa! What's happened to my speed? Ah! What? What happened there? I didn't even watch. Did the wind just suddenly change in the simulator? Why am I doing 200 knots? That wasn't what I was doing before. Quick, reduce speed 1,000 feet above the ground. So, what's the elevation here? 2,200. I'm going to be fully stable at 500 feet above that. So, 2,700 feet. I've got 300 feet to get that speed under control. You cleaned your flaps? No, did I?
1,000.
I was pressing the extend button. Check. Why we're going around here, guys? 2,000. Yeah, I'm too fast. I'm going to go around. Yeah, 2,700. I'm way too fast. Right, what do? I'm too fast. Right. Toga. I've just pushed it to Toga. If I was ready to climb, gear up. That's all I do, isn't it? Oh, god damn it. Where's that weather? It's clear. I'm going to make a right turn. Standard missed approach. When do I start retracting flaps? Immediately. It's easy. I don't have to do anything. Look, it's so easy. Leave a climb. Roger. Oops. Wow, look at this. Toga flaps, gear up. Oh, oops, slightly wrong sequence. Right, retracting the flaps. It's a good job I took all that extra fuel. Immediately flap 1 notch, roger. Doing that now. So, was I accidentally retracting the flaps instead of extending them? I was spamming the flap button on my thrust lever, but I think I might have been spamming the wrong one to get the flaps out. So I was actually retracting the flaps. Alright, fuel situation then, so I need 9.9 to divert. The reason for the go around was my incompetence. So we've got more than enough fuel to fly another approach. That weather's just disappeared off the weather radar, even though it's flashing away, flaps up. Alright, approaching 6,500 feet. Speed out constraint. Wow, how easy is a go around in an Airbus? Seriously. And I'm not berating Airbus pilots, they've got a lot of other things to think about, but seriously, there's 3 actions. Set the thrust, retract the flaps, put the gear up. I've made no input on any controls. Push token to 737, autopilot disconnects your hand fly up to the missed approach altitude. Unbelievable. Look at that. Perfect. It is easy. I mean, there's no way of putting it. Right, I'm going to play ATC here, so we'll continue towards Nilka. And after Nilka, we'll go direct to Nobri. I'm a bit concerned about the lining, but there's absolutely nothing on the weather radar now. Right, okay, and it's completely smooth. Have I got the turbulence? Oh no, look, I didn't have the turbulence camera on. Alright, right, how do I... Right, let's maintain present heading. I can just pull this, can't I? Yeah, maintain present heading. How do I reselect an approach in the Airbus? I ran it back. Speed was steady around 200 knots in the barber's pop at the pit, I assume, when you deployed flaps, but you never sped up. I never slowed down then. I think I was a bit late with the old flaps. Right, what do I do here? Flight plan. What do I do? How do I approach it? Don't forget, I don't fly this aeroplane. Activate approach phase. Okay. Confirm. Does that reselect the approach in the FMC? Can I then just route direct to Nobri again? Ah! It's easy! I'm just going to continue a beam then and then just route direct to Nobri once we're a beam. I need to reactivate approach and it puts the approach back in. Do need to reselect it in the FMC. I'll go downwind now, 330. Right, we won't make that mistake again. So it's on approach phase, it wants to command load 190 knots, but it won't go below the green dot speed because it's clever. I think we're right through that thunderstorm, but the weather radar returns disappeared. Direct the final approach fix. Oh, what's dinging at me? What have I done? Cab pressure, load differential pressure. What do I do, guys? What's happened? Cabin pressurization. A safe altitude if I haven't got a pressurization issue. PSI is low. Oh, so the aircraft's depressurized pretty much. Look, there's no PSI. It's completely depressurized. Why has it done that for? Clear. Follow ECAM items. How do I do that? It's just... I've cleared it now anyway. Right, it's all good, it's all good. Right, I'm going to get ready to route direct to Noblo. Not Noblo, Nobri. I don't want to route direct to Atara. Actually, no, I can go direct to Atara, but I need to start descending 4,400 feet. And I'm going to pull it out, so it's level change. Direct to Atara. Insert. Round we go. Flaps 1. Oh, you cleared them? Oh, okay. Right, I'm going to slow right down now. I can go straight to 1 plus F. And 2. Flap 2 is 216 knots. Oof, I was just below that, guys. No exceedance. Alright. It's all good. It's all good. Vertical speed 300 feet per minute. Open speed window. Just going to bug 180 knots. Easy. Airbus is easy. Is this actually the failure stream? Yep. I think I started retracting the flaps on the previous one, but I'm very impressed by... Oh, I love that engine sound. I'm very impressed with how easy it is to fly this aeroplane. I don't fly an Airbus, and I've managed, with a bit of input from you, to reposition for another approach. And I've done very little in regards to inputting stuff. Approach is armed. Right, 180 knots at 10 miles, that's much better than before. Viracopos traffic up, Foxtrot, establishing ILS Zulu runway 15, 10 miles. Oh, it's a much nicer approach with the sun now, I planned this. Almighty Snow, what engine is this carrying? Trent 500s. Like, capture, runway heading, don't need to set. Glide slope capture, missed approach altitude again, it is 6,500 feet. Alright, I'm taking another natural flops now. Is it gear down flap 3? I'm already at flap 2. I'm going to push this in now. There you go, so you can start slowing down as you wish. But I'm going to drop the gear. There's no DME here again, so this is 11 miles here at Tara. I'll drop it at Sebsu's at 6 miles, so 1 mile before Sebsu. I'll drop the gear. Love the ability, you can pop these out. You get really nice clear displays then. Would it help to turn on Stormlight? Stormlight is on. Only ECAM action was reduced VS anyway. Oh, okay. I did that. Yeah, because I guess it just depressurized. Oh, I've got a 20 knot tailwind. I'm dropping the gear now. Look at my ground speed, 220 knots. Whoa, I only just realised. Gear down.
2,500.
Flap 3. Landing checklist. Star switches, continuous recall check, speed brake arc grid line. No, I'm joking. Speed brake's already armed, isn't it? There we are, it is now. And going for flap full, definitely extending the flaps below 200 knots. There we are. I've got a 17 knot tailwind, that's biting. Alright, much better position now. So my gear is... I just realised that my brakes pushed in a little bit, which is why the brake pressure was up. So I've got gear, 4 green lights, speed brake armed, thrusting climb, right, that's better. I've got lightning all over the place, wipers coming on. Oh, it stopped raining as soon as I did that, of course. Wipers off. Check's complete. Is there anything I've not finished? Why did you drop the gear that late? I'm used to it. I dropped the gear at 4 miles on my operator in BMC. Right, 11 on tailwind, that's manageable. Look how great X-Plane looks as well. Amazing. Right, just the lightning. They need to tone down the effects of lightning. Unless you're in a lightning storm, you won't get that bright light. Right, wish me luck. Disconnecting autopilot. And I'll leave the... I've got a cabin. I've dinged them already. There we are. Check's complete. So all I've got to do is move the thrust levers to
1,000.
idle when it says just before retard. Checked. How much fuel have I got? 17 point. I can go around again easily. Got loads of fuel. Alright, I'm moving my stick very gently, very smoothly. Oh, for goodness sake.
500.
Jim, you don't need wipers.
400.
Check.
300.
Check.
100 above.
Keep descending, don't get high.
200.
Wiggling my stick.
Minimum.
Start flying at about 40 feet in this tank.
100.
Check.
50. 40. 30. 20. Retard. 10.
5.
Oh, acceptable, right. Speed brakes up. Lower the nose. Reverses. Oh dear. 100 knots. Manual braking. 80 knots. I'm down. 60 knots, cancelling reverse. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Viracopos International. Beautiful. Spoilers, reverse the green, decel, yeah. It was a bit firm, but we're down. Might need to leave the wipers on here. Beautiful approach. So they just need to tone down that lightning slightly, and I wasn't that much. Well, I actually didn't fly for a thunderstorm, but there was lightning all ahead of me and random, so this should have been. The weather radar should have been full, but there was absolutely no returns at all. Right then, we need to work out where to park, guys. First right, and then somewhere in front of the cargo terminal, off the Gulf. Perfect. Taxi cam time, well remembered. There we go. Not that you can see much because it's too dark. This thing is big. Yeah, it's picking. You can just about see the taxi line there. Look. Well, I've cut the cord ever so slightly. Look, there's the taxi edge. Alright, clean up. Flaps fully retract. Spoilers up. And disarm. Stop the chronometer, which I've done. 8 hours, 10-minute flight time. Landing lights can come off. Love X checklist, they're so good. Nose light to taxi. Strobe lights to auto. Weather radar system off. Oops. PWS off. Engine mode selected to normal. TCAS mode to standby. Didn't pick that up. Brake fan on if indicates hot. Ooh! Look at that, 300 degrees, 310. I reckon a bit of brake fan wouldn't be a bad thing. Where is the brake fan? Get back on the centre line. Train on, D off, AP master switch on. TCAS is the other switch. Oh, is it? Oh yes, standby, whoops. How do I turn the brake fan on?
Viracopos Intl, Alpha 1 Victor, 3 miles per hour and waiting.
300, so what is in amber? What was in amber? Don't need it, it's fine. If you've started, brake fan on, if indicates hot, and then external lights off when we're on stand. Awesome. We're coming up to the cargo terminal now. Well, what do you think, guys? ToLiss A340, fantastic add-on, isn't it? Of course, endorsed by Airbus. So I'm going to take this Bravo here. A little bit of braking. Do they not have a wiper? I'm a big fan of your brakes. Cheers, listen. Is there not an intermediate wiper setting? Taxi music as well. Oh, there's lightning. And I'll just go for any wide body cargo stand. It's an option. It's annoying though, that wiper, it's so loud. There's a cargo A340 as well. Oh, look at that, guys. I'm sorry, but look. Majestic. The water spray off the wheels as well. Sounds are great. I think you got the spray from the engines as well. I was enjoying myself there. Right, better take a stand. We'll take the next one. Mike 5 Alpha, that'll do. Or Mike 5. Start IP. Oh yeah, did I not start it? Oops. Yep, well spotted. So I use the little camera here. Oops, I just shot it slightly. Yeah, now I need to turn down that lining. What's on the airplane is empty. F1 parts and F1 fans. Here, ready for qualifying and sprint race today. They're using the camera to get the nose wheel bag on the line. Where I stopped though, I'm not sure. About there. Beautiful. Right, parking brake is set. Turn off the taxi camera. How's that AP starting? AP available, perfect. So AP bleeds, we can turn, ensure all 3 hydraulic electric pumps are off. Are they off? Yeah, by default? Yeah, I think so. AP bleed can come on. Engine master 1, 2, 3, 4 off. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Viracopos. Seatbelt lights off. Where are you? Emergency exit lights are on. Why would you turn them on for? Elapsed timer off. Fuel pumps all 18 off. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. 17, 18. Yeah, beacon light can come off now. Make sure the engines have spooled down. Looks good to me. M1 is at 0. Beacon off. Close the flight on New Sky. Localizer switches off. ProPilot here. Chocks are on, and then we can connect the GPU and then shut the aircraft down. We'll leave it in the transit setup state. Amazing. Well, there we are. Beautiful. There's no terminal here, so I can't really attach any jetways or anything like that. But the cargo will be getting off loaded as we speak. How do you think I did on New Sky? But of course, a 10 out of 10. And we made $128,000, including a go around with that extra fuel burn. Long boy. Look at that. There's the little go around at the end, look, climbing up and going down again. Superb. That's a good month so far. I've done 2 flights, 10 out of 10. Well, maybe this month I'll get the perfect 10. Amazing. Do the replay, of course. Oh, I'm tired. Gonna go back to bed for a bit. But there is the ToLiss A340-600. Live weather here in Sao Paulo, just passing 5 o'clock in the morning local time. Ooh, taxi light's still on, I'll turn it off in a second. Get the funky replay music going in a second, Isaac. What are we buying with that money? I don't know, Boeing aircraft? Can't wait to have this aircraft in Microsoft Flight Sim 24, said BB69. Yeah, I think ToLiss are making one. We'll have to try out the A340 in Microsoft Flight Sim 2024 for sure. Haven't purchased it yet. Well, there we are. 2 streams in about 24 hours. Very nice. Don't forget, members, tomorrow is our group flight as well. That'll be 3 streams in 3 days. Lovely. Look at that. It looks great. This is vanilla XP12, by the way. Vanilla. No add-ons apart from the ToLiss. I haven't got anything yet installed. Just a few plugins, like better pushback. It's looking fantastic. $120,000, that won't even buy you a new Cessna today. Oh no, you won't get anything with that. We'd have to do a few more A340 cargo flights. But the size of Alpaca Airways, the amount of flights we do, no problem. Beautiful skies, absolutely. But yeah, it's I don't fly the Airbus. Always have a lot of fun flying it, and it was good fun flying that approach. Completely screwed up the first one. I think the tailwind massively increased, or someone noted I've started retracting the flaps instead of extending them, so I might have had a few button issues there. But yeah, it was the correct decision to go around. We were way too fast at 500 feet above the ground. And bit of a firm one, we'll look at the replay in a second, but overall it was a reasonably successful flight. The style looks very nice indeed. Right, we'll call it a day today. Amazing. Right then, replay. Turn off that music, and I need to start the other one. Oh no, my shortcut for the funky replay music's not working. Let me find it here. There we are. Not done a replay for a while, so obviously it's not natively installed in Microsoft Flights in 2020, and I keep forgetting to turn it on in 2024. So 10 hours, well done again. It was actually another flawless overnight flight. I've not had any issues doing these. Touch wood so far. Day to fly the Tupolev tomorrow. No. Right, let's drag this a little bit. We're good here. Perfect. Let's actually see how firm it was. I flown a bit higher, which I think you're meant to do in this airplane, aren't you? It's looking very nice. Ten-hour replay. I think you could do a replay for the entire flight if you really wanted to. Oh yeah, it doesn't look that bad from out there. Whoa. Those ones a bit firm though. It looked a lot worse from the cockpit. I'm glad they fixed the lighting of aircraft at night though. That was a problem. That was alright, wasn't it? It was a bit firm, but... Oh, water spray effects, they knew. Wow. That's great, they must be new. That's wicked. That must be new, and it's so realistic. Is that, I haven't seen, when has X-Plane had that? That was wicked. I'm doing that again. Do it from this side now. Oh, there's the fun there. Fantastic. That spray's huge. That is fantastic. Tower's quite far away, but we can do that. That looks great then, doesn't it? Camera system is great in this sim. FPS will drop off slightly because we're zooming into all those 3D objects. That wasn't that bad a landing. So much replay we moved on for those, it's changed. That's great though, isn't it? Awesome. Well, that'll do today, guys. I think. Gotta go for the engine view. Look at the spray. Amazing. There's reversers going on. Sounds like my Hoover. Beautiful. Well, there we are. Another overnight long haul. Another F1 positioning flight completed successfully. It was good fun. Sorry, I overstepped my alarm slightly, but we managed to get it down. Right. We'll start the replay from about there. Beautiful. Well, thank you very much for for those of you who are at the start and the end of the stream, great fun, fantastic add-on. It's the ToLiss Airbus A340, and highly recommend taking a look if you love the Airbus A340 and you've got to explain. A wonderful add-on indeed. And a couple of thanks to those gifted members today. So the first one was at the start of the stream. Ability looking back at this. It was Thomas Lurs, 50 gifted members right at the start, which is incredibly generous as well. And then we had Touring 4x4 this morning as well. Thank you both for your generosity, and to all the other members for your continued support as well. Don't forget, it's our 71st members group fight tomorrow at 4:30, I think. No, 4 o'clock we're going live, so be sure if you're a new member, you can join in on that. You've got a chance of winning some cool prizes. To all the regular viewers and subscribers, thank you very much for tuning in. And I'll organise some streams for next week as I come to the end of my annual leave. Look after yourself, and I'll see you all soon. Cheerio!